first work on the program was Suite Cassiana by Torba, which featured 3 movements, Femminilo, Garada, and Danza. These 3 movements are, like most of Torba's works, are caricatures or picture-esque type works. The first being in the tradition of the Spanish fandango, the second being a very lyrical love song, and the third being a very basic dance. The next piece on the program is Johann Sebastian Bach's Second Suite in A minor. This suite is different than his other dance suites in that the 4 typical dance movements are only narrowed down to 2, so he only includes a sarabande and a jig. It starts off with a prelude and a very dense fugue that follows, which is very uncharacteristic of a dance suite. And it ends with a double, which can be simply put as the jig, but with just a whole bunch more notes in it, just to make it harder for the player. So, I hope you enjoy the second suite.
What's up, everybody? Woo! Okay, we are here. I know I'm a little late. I apologize. Sort of my MO, though. But welcome to the workshop. We're going to talk about some things, but we're going to wait for some people to come on in quickly. I am also going to take this opportunity to just do some really quick social posts. I had to set up my computer completely different. I want to show you all the command center that I have going on here. It's a little bit ridiculous. Look at that. That is the command center of everything that I mean. I know it's really hard to see because it's like blown out picture wise, but that's the command center we're dealing with today. Like I have two screens, my iPad has another screen, and then my laptop, and I'm going between all of these differently. Actually, thinking about it now, I could probably get rid of this, and since I'm using the same keyboard and everything, I can just move between every. This is so amazing. Oh, oh my God, productivity heaven right now. But let me just post this very quickly. I've got some places that I want to post this that were live. Not that I think anybody necessarily is going to jump on board from these, but you never know, and that's the point, right? So let's do this. Live now, talking about musical memory. Let's add the picture. Whoop. Which I'm so, like, I love this. Picture's cool. All right. Check out this command center. Woot. Do not fix my grammar. My grammar is awesome. I'm going to use that for my next one. All right, who can see it? Everybody publish now. Share stories. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Perfection. And then I'll put the Twitch link underneath. Oh. I have to do that 3 more times. There we go. Thank you. Whew. Here's time number 2. And actually, I'm going to have to put in the link, too. Oy. All right. How's everybody doing today, though? How's it going? We having a good day of practice? Good day of, it's the weekend. It is rainy here. So not fun. I am going to make this a little louder because... Nope, that's not what I wanted. There we go. I'm already sweating. It's like my MO. The nice thing is once I'm on like X and the other platforms, I can do all of this at once rather than like, oh, let me go back and comment. Oh, let me go back and comment. All right. Good. All right. Oh, we're doing it. Paste image. Boom. Post, please, and thank you. All right, that's posted. Last one. Oh my gosh, why is that all caps? All right, we did it. GG's, y'all. We did it. We posted. Okay. Whew. Oh. So, welcome to... I am missing... Oh, there it is. My feet are a little cold, so I'm like trying to find my slippers. All right. It's okay. All this will get cut out on the YouTube video. That's the best part. So we are live on YouTube vertical. We're live on twitch.tv/guitarshredder. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the second or follow-up live stream of developing your memory. And, oh God, this is the one thing that I didn't test out beforehand. Let's just pray to the internet gods that I did this right. Oh my God, I did not. This is great. Hi everybody. But what we don't have is we don't have the power. Oh, because this is the PowerPoint thing. So we're gonna change this. We're gonna just get that out of the way. Background border. Okay. Bear with me, y'all. Actually, I should be able to do it this. What? This. Hold on. Studio. Alright. I guess I can't do it that way. Alright. Just bear with me. This is the one thing that I didn't set up ahead of time. Can I change this? To be so... I can. Hold on. Oh, but it's giant. But that's okay, because I can change that. Oops. Just a little bit of this. Oh, I'm going to need to use the laptop thing here. Oh, it's locked. No, it's not locked. Shouldn't be locked, at least. There we go. All right. All right, hold on a second. Let me see. That's the wrong thing. No wonder why that didn't work. That's what I'm supposed to see, so hold on a second. Here we go. No wonder why that didn't work. All right. Boop. Oh, and it would have been perfect had I just, like, used the right window. Okay. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Contact. Ho! Welcome one, welcome all. We are following up the talk, the presentation on memory. When we last left off, we were talking more about, I would say, like, well, let's do this right, because we're gonna need to have a YouTube intro. So, let's do this again. Welcome, everyone. Today we're diving into balls. What are we doing? We're diving into balls. Let's try that a third time, please. Maybe this time I won't suck. All right. YouTube take 1 billion. Let's do this. Welcome, everyone. Today we're diving into what it really takes. I have it right here. Jesus H Christmas. Oh, I can't edit it though. Well, oh yeah, I can. Balls. Right there. It's a giant wall of text, so I just want to make it easier for me to read. All right. Okay. Let's do this a fourth time, because why not, right? Let's do it. Should I do it as like full screen? Like for the opening, so that way you like see all of my face? I don't know. Let's do that. Let's do it this way. All right. Welcome everyone. Today we're diving into what it really takes to memorize music in a complete and efficient way. Wait, oh, that's the wrong one. There it is. Hello everybody. We're here. Okay. So a lot of musicians see memorization as something mysterious or even unreliable. But it's actually just a skill, something that we can develop like our technique, like our scales, arpeggios, vibrato, our musical interpretation. It's just another skill that we have to learn to develop and actually nurture. So today what I'm going to do is go through the system that I ultimately use and that I was taught when I was in college by Richard Provost. The way that I go about developing my memory on a piece of music. I think what's important that I want to share before we get into it is that, well, it's two things. One is that this system, while it might seem really overwhelming, these are more so points that we want to hit. And the more that you develop yourself as a complete musician, continuing to develop your skill set on the instrument, continuing to develop your sight reading and your music theory knowledge, continuing to develop your ear training, continuing to develop just your understanding, and you get more and more experience in memorizing music, the more that these steps now become just points that you are working through, and it becomes more organic. The second thing is that the purpose of all of this is not for you to give a note-perfect performance. Philosophically, I just don't believe in that being the end result of what people should be practicing. We're not practicing for note perfection. We are practicing for competence, and we are practicing to feel confident in communicating our ideas with an audience. So the reason why having a secure memory becomes important is because that secure memory gives you the confidence to express yourself in a more stressful situation, which could be any kind of performance situation. We're talking about a situation where maybe you're just playing for a friend or maybe some of your family members. You could be at an open mic. It could be a very low stress situation, or it could be something all the way as high up as like an actual performance, recording session, right? So have you. So we're gonna start with just outlining. Let's say that you've never really worked on your memorization technique before in a real way, other than I'm just gonna play the piece and I'm just gonna play it over and over again until I have it memorized, right? Let's say that that's where you're coming from. So we're gonna start from that perspective. And from that, we want to choose a piece specifically to work on memorization, okay? That's really important, is that you don't want to choose a piece that is technically demanding. You don't want to choose something that is overly difficult, because you're going to be too preoccupied with those challenges rather than the challenges that memorization poses to you. So we want to find a piece that is within our abilities and within our playing. Look at that! Look at it! It did the thing! Isn't that cool? I know, it's pretty awesome. Okay, anyway. Selecting a piece and planning your practice. So when you're choosing your piece, it's really important to choose a piece that is at your current skill level. So we're talking about a piece that you aren't trying to figure out how to play in terms of technique-wise. We're talking about a piece where a primary amount of the notes, most of the rhythms, you can identify and you have ease playing them. Make sure that you identify any notes, registers, textures, techniques, or rhythms that you're unfamiliar with. If there are technical challenges or passages in the piece that you haven't seen before, or might be ultimately at a speed that you need to develop, be mindful of these skills that are required in choosing the piece. And a lot of times what's really difficult is there's no universal grading system or way of looking at repertoire and saying, yes, I am at this level, I will choose this level of pieces, because composers don't write music that way. So essentially, if you aren't able to adequately assess your playing level and you don't have someone who can offer suggestions that are specific to you, then what I suggest you do is you use a graded repertoire system like the ABRSM or the RCM systems. There are other graded repertoire systems out there. Find one that you can at least sort of understand where you are in that playing level, right? It's really important that you're honest here. You can't let your pride take over. You've got to really be honest and say, okay, this is what's difficult, this is what's not difficult. Because you're only going to set yourself up for failure or success, right? So when you're planning your time, okay, this is, I think, what gets a lot of people caught off guard when it comes to developing memory. So I would approach learning this piece as from the perspective that this piece that I am choosing to memorize, I am going to practice it like it is another piece in my repertoire. Okay, so use half of your time to review your memory and the learning that you've done prior, and use half of your time to review the new material. Okay. Adjust how much time total you use based on the length and the texture of the piece, the technical demands, and the speed and retention of your learning, right? So, some questions that you can ask yourself to help you assess this better is, how long do you normally take to learn a piece? Or how long is the piece, rather, excuse me. How dense is the texture, right? Are we playing a single note melody and bass notes? Are you playing a 5-part fugue? Those things all weigh into how long it's going to take you to do this, right? And those choices will affect how easy it is for you to practice. How advanced is the musical language? Is this a piece that you can easily leave humming the melody? Or is the melody really disjointed rather? Or is the harmony really awkward for your ears to get around and it's difficult for you to understand what it is that you're playing? Where does this piece sit within your current technical level, right? If you're trying to learn and memorize Leyenda and you have never played a PIM arpeggio, I would tell you, maybe revise that situation, right? But if you already know that your PIM arpeggios can go at 160, starting Leyenda could make sense. You might want to get them faster, but it's a good starting place. Okay? With that, this is where your technical practice comes in. The more you know yourself, the more that you're going to be able to ultimately make a better decision. What's your top speed of scales and arpeggios? Are there a lot of bars that'll drain your endurance, right? How fast are you able to learn and retain music in your practice? Super important. Maybe you can pick up a piece quickly and get through most of it in the rest of the day, but the next day you start over again, right? If that's your weakness, then there are some other factors we have to consider. Maybe it takes you a full week to learn 4 measures of music, right? All those things are important for us to understand about ourselves. That goes into choosing your piece and planning your time. With that said, I've got a basic outline of what to expect based on the piece you're choosing, okay? Ultimately, I can't tell you how much time to spend on a piece because I don't know who you are. I don't know how you play. And effectively, that's always the issue that I have when people come up to me, whether I'm streaming and I'm practicing or whether I am, even if they come to me after a concert or they know that I play classical guitar and they just want, we're having small talk sort of thing. I wind up asking more questions than giving them an answer. But in general, Here's what you can do based off of a piece that is within your playing level. That's the asterisk caveat, right? So in general, spend 5 to 10 minutes a day on a piece if it's between a half a page long to a full page long. Okay. If you are working on a page that's 1 to 2 pages long, or a piece that's 1 to 2 pages long, spend anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes a day. 30 minutes a day I would reserve for a piece that's longer than 2 pages. Okay. Like I said, this is a piece that is not providing technical or learning difficulties. All things considered equal, you're able to learn it when put in the time. You're able to play it. There's no technique that needs to be brought up. And this is merely working on memorization. Here's what it looks like in terms of how you're going to break down your practice. Okay. So if you're doing a 10-minute practice session, it's really simple. You're going to do 5 minutes on review, 5 minutes on working on something new, right? The review is going to either be playing through that section that you've worked on previously, just to get it more familiar and understanding in the fingers, or you can isolate a trouble spot. Sometimes it's more important for us to spend 5 minutes on a trouble section, right? And then you spend 5 minutes working on a new part of the piece. It could be another measure. It could be just coming up with fingerings for the next part, right? There's all sorts of things, but you spend 5 minutes working on something new. When you're in a 15-minute practice session, to me, this is just like a little bit of an extended period. And so I tend to keep 5 minutes for review in the ways that I talked about earlier. And then I increase how much time I spend working on a new part of the piece. Okay. And when I'm working on that new part of the piece, like let's say I'm working on a new measure, I will work on like the fingerings and make sure I can kind of get it in my fingers, and then I'll work on reinforcing what I just figured out, right? Rather than trying to do more and more all the way through. When we go to practicing for about 20 minutes, now we can go back and we can cut our time equally in half. 10 minutes on review, 10 minutes on new stuff. The easiest way to split your time. Again, because we have a larger amount of time, we can now become very surgical with how we use our review time. Spend 2 5-minute sessions where you're troubleshooting specific issues. And that's where you give that attention. 9 times out of 10, most of what you have already learned is working. And so it's more so like, okay, this specific thing needs work, or this thing needs work. You could also alter it and say, okay, well, I'm going to do a little bit of just playthrough review just to refresh my memory on what I'm doing here, and I'll isolate one issue. That's also perfectly acceptable. Again, just giving guidelines and generalizations here. And then, of course, 10 minutes working on something new. The 30-minute practice, which is what you all see me work on when I'm working on a piece on my live streams, that is 15 minutes review, 15 minutes something new. Okay? 3 5-minute sessions isolating trouble areas is what I tend to do, and then I'll spend 15 minutes on some new aspect of the piece. Obviously, that can all change depending on what I need in that given moment, but that is my general philosophy of how I work through those things. So now let's look at the bigger picture of the process. Now that we've outlined how we're going to choose our piece, now let's look at what we're going to talk about for this whole entire workshop. So today, the process that I'm going to work you through is structured and step-by-step. Really important to understand that each one of these steps do build off one another. I'm trying to outline it, in a way where you can really follow this procedure and develop and gain confidence as you go. So first, we learn sections using what I effectively call a chunk practice, which is just taking a measure, okay? And sometimes it could be smaller than a measure, but taking a small chunk, learning and reinforcing through it, and then moving and gradually expanding it step by step. I'm actively reinforcing recall, and I'm applying visualization and analytical techniques to my process. This works because the memory integration, this works because the memory retention improves with active recall, strategic repetition, and awareness of awareness of commonly forgotten patterns. Let's try that again. Awareness of commonly forgotten patterns. Okay? So if we are aware of things that we tend to forget on a regular basis, we start our practice, or we approach our practice knowing, hey, I forget this a lot, so let me work on it. Right? The idea with all of this is to make the memory more sustainable, make it more stable and reliable in more stressful situations. So what we're going to start with is establishing the sections, and we're going to use a methodology that I call confirm, verify, and reinforce, or the confirm, verify, reinforce method. Essentially, what that method is, oops, oh wow, oh there we go, sorry. Essentially, what the confirm, verify, reinforce method is the first step of the way is I want to confirm that I can indeed play the notes, the rhythms, the chosen right hand, and the chosen left hand fingering correctly. And I am able to demonstrate it to myself. The second part, verify, is where I recreate that same way of playing. Now, what's important is that we're not looking for it to be consistent in terms of being able to do it one after another. We're just looking to see if, can I access that information again? Is the information that I feel is important actually important, and can I verify that step? Once those two things have happened, then we go into reinforcement. This is where I strive to play that section, whatever section that I'm using. I strive to play it 3 times in a row for a total of 3 tries. And then I move on. Again, making sure that notes, rhythms, right hand, left hand fingerings are all there. Essentially, once a passage is played correctly once, I do it the second time, and then I do it the third time. And a few things might happen. I might be able to do 3 times in a row immediately. What happens if I can't? So there's a secondary aspect of it where I'll work in sets of tries or cycles of tries, where I will, let's say I play it correctly once. When I go to do it the second time, there's a mistake. That resets me back to 0. Then I'll try it again. Once I play the passage correctly, again, that starts my next cycle of tries. So now we're on cycle 2. Let's say I do it once correctly. Let's say I do it a second time correctly. Third time, something goes wrong, goes back to 0, start the next cycle, right? Once I get to play it correctly again, I start my third cycle. And even if during that third cycle, I still don't accomplish 3 times in a row, I still move on. This transitional aspect is super important, so that way you don't get stuck playing the same thing over and over and over again. 3 times in a row, 3 tries of 3 times in a row, and then finally, if you run out of time, you come back to it tomorrow. So you've got 3 different ways of that help you transition. Again, remember what I said at the very beginning. This is about competence, not perfection. So 3 times in a row is an idea of perfection, which is great for us. But it is also okay for us not to expect that initially, right? As we go through. Oops. Oh yeah, here. I've got my monitors arranged differently, so I get confused a little bit. Okay. So, after we can play it, we do want to test ourselves to make sure that we can do it. Does this line up with the slide? Ah, okay. Here we go. There was one more thing. Sorry. Um, here we go. Yeah, I feel like I might have skipped over something. It's okay. We'll work it out in post. So let's talk about the initial process of memorization. Okay. So we're gonna start with the we're so now let's talk about how we're going to memorize this piece. Okay. So when we experience developing memory, what our brains do is it takes it through a series. Okay. Now, I'm no scientist, so I am more than happy to be corrected on this concept. But my understanding is from the stimulus, I'm going to let that go. From the, once we see the stimulus or experience the stimulus, we process that through sensory memory. Essentially, sensory memory is the memory that's initially built off of the brief storage of information that we gain through our senses. And when we are practicing music, we use 3 senses primarily to develop or to take in that information. Sight, which is looking at the music or looking at whatever it is that you're using to learn. Hearing, we listen to what we're doing or our familiarity of what we're doing, the piece, right? Hearing recordings. And our motor skills. Okay. If we're talking about listening, all right, or if let's start this way. If we're talking about the playing through and we're sight reading or looking at the music, we're identifying small motives, phrases, sections, or even looking through the full piece. Just getting a basic overview and maybe even doing a little bit of noodling, right? We can also listen to ourselves playing it. Another thing, though, is listening to high quality recordings. Okay? Super important. High quality recordings, and to use, I guess, gamer speak, we're thinking S tier players. Segovia, Williams, Bream, Sharon Isbin, David Russell, Manuel Barawico, Ana Vidovic, Antogoni Goni, Marcin Dila. The list goes on. There are wonderful players that we have easy access to through Spotify and YouTube videos and all that kind of stuff. Listen to them. Make a playlist. Listen to what they're doing. They're going to have great sound. The production quality is going to be top notch. They're going to have artistic interpretation of pieces. Use that as your window into what you could potentially do. One of my chat windows got messed up. There we go. All right. Also, you can sort of sing and hum along while you're playing the piece. The bass, the melody, the inner and accompaniment voices. The whole point of this is just so that way we get to understand through these senses. And what we're using is more purposeful learning skills, right? Rather than just sort of kind of knowing that things are there, we're bringing this more so into our playing abilities. Unfortunately, our sensory memory is fleeting. It doesn't stay with us, and just as quickly as we get it, it leaves. So we have to find a way to take that information and bring it into our short-term and working memory, and bring it into the long-term memory as well. And that's really what this process that we're doing is all about. This doesn't just happen, but rather it's a process and it's a system where we take new information and deliberately bring it through practice, repetitive performances, manipulating it, and just actively engaging in the development of this information. We can aid our memory by analyzing and understanding the piece, giving harmonic, melodic, and structural analysis, chord progressions, function of melody, which are chord tones, passing tones, upper neighbor notes, chromatic notes, understanding the structure, the melodic, harmonic, rhythmical motives, phrases, sections, the form of the piece. And then finally, we have to give careful and considered attention to the right and left hand. Without those things well trained and choreographed, there's just going to be confusion. Okay, I was actually having a conversation earlier today with a keyboardist, and he's like, one of the biggest things that I see with other keyboardists is that they just don't know what fingers they're using to play the notes. And so every time they play it, it is a different experience, which is why they can't remember it. So very, 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 very normal with that. Okay. Now, as we are working with the piece, we can start to focus on memorization. Okay. So initially, all of what we just did is that initial playthrough of becoming familiar with what we're doing. Play one measure, play the stuff, bring all those things into it, right? Now, we can start actively engaging the memory. Okay? Oh. Hold on. Something got weird. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. That chat was not even going. Oh my goodness. Okay, fair enough. It's almost I don't know where this chat stopped, but like my chat stopped scrolling. Like really early on, it just wasn't going, and I'm reading everybody's things. So Skittles just said it's almost like gamifying it. Yes, in terms of oh my gosh. Now I'm so confused. If anybody had said something in chat and I was not paying attention, I apologize. It was not auto scrolling. Regarding the trying system, yes. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Yeah, having clear outcomes of what you're doing. Like if I try to do this and knowing sort of like places where you can go, super, super helpful, right? Okay. So you work on and you become familiar with a measure. We make sure that we can play from the first note of the measure to the next note, to the first note of the next measure. We use the confirm, verify, reinforce method. Make sure you can play it with the right notes. You verify that you can do it. You could reinforce the repeated retention. How was your note accuracy? Rhythms. Did I use the correct right and left hand fingers? And was it easy for you to do or was it challenging, right? If it's challenging, you might not want to start adding to it yet, right? Based on your self-evaluation, you may choose to move forward and say, I know this measure, I can now move on. Or you might choose to reinforce it again, perfectly fine. If it's still not working, you might want to go into some troubleshooting methods. Are there any sections of this measure that need targeted, isolated work? Am I playing it at a good tempo? Are the chosen fingerings working for the passage? Because those things might actually be issues, right? As we go through. Again, it's not about perfection, though. Looking for competence, and that's why we have that out as we go through. So if we're in that active learning stage, right, we use the rest of our time in that stage we might get through 1, 2, 3 measures, right, as you go through. Once you go through this process, though, for this measure, which could take a few minutes, could take one whole day, depends on how comfortable you are at holding yourself accountable to those things. Then we do the same idea going through measure 2. Start at the downbeat of measure 2, you go to the downbeat of measure 3. You take measure 2 through the process, learning the notes, making sure the notes are correct, rhythms are correct, right hand, left hand is correct. Then you try playing that from memory. You test yourself, just as we tested ourselves with measure 1, and we see what happens. Do we like what we got? Do we not like what we got? That kind of thing, right? Then we do measures 1 and 2 together from memory. Before you move forward and you start working on measure 3, make sure you address any issues or problems that are still present, right? Are you forgetting fingering? Are you forgetting a note? Is there something that is awry? Maybe it's a transition thing that didn't happen initially, right? At least try and go through that, reinforce it, and move on, okay? Only focus on trying to play through measures 1 and 2 from memory a handful of times. We just want to make sure you get good repetitions, not necessarily that you're getting consistent repetitions in a row at this point, right? That's why we're testing through it. Oh. There we go. I just said it, right? All right. Okay. That last part had to do with this. Weird. It's on the wrong slide. Okay. That's my fault. Well, we'll go over it one more time. Why not? We'll just say that we did. So once you have measure 1 memorized, close the score, repeat, test it yourself. Can you still play it? If you can't, go back to the confirm, verify, and reinforce method. This cycle is how we strengthen our memory. Then move on to the next measure and apply the same process. Once both measures are secure, you can combine them. If something feels shaky or off, if there's a trouble spot, isolate it, fix it. The key is not just in moving forward, but it's in moving forward securely. And then we bring this into the third phrase. Okay? Or excuse me, not into the third phrase, into the third step. So we apply this throughout the whole entire phrase, right? So a phrase is usually a handful of measures long as we go through. And then as we are working on that phrase, right? Once we get through going measure by measure with each measure of the phrase. Oh my gosh, let's try that again. Once we go through measure by measure within that phrase, we then test that whole phrase, right? And we play that whole phrase from beginning to end. And then from memory, right? Now, when we move on to phrase 2, and this is ultimately the difficult thing, is once you start working on the second phrase, you work on the same phrase the same way that you worked on the first phrase, okay? So you do the first measure of the second phrase, downbeat to downbeat. You memorize that. You play that so that way you can remember it a little bit. Again, making sure notes, rhythms, right, left-hand fingering are all there, okay? And you repeat it for all of those measures of the second phrase. Once you can play the second phrase completely, okay, without any issues, then you can combine phrases 1 and 2 together from memory. Again, the assessment process, the reinforcement process, the way that we strengthen our memory is still the same. When you test your memory, you have to ask yourself, how accurate are my notes? How accurate is the rhythm, the right hand, the left hand? You identify areas that are continually problematic, as you go through day to day, this is now where our review time comes in, right? We can use that 5 minutes to, oh, well, this was like always an issue every time I tried to do it. I could ultimately get it to happen, but it still felt weird. I'm going to use 5 minutes to troubleshoot it. So we have those little ways of strengthening and working on trouble spots. Oh, here we go. I think I can just do this. There we go. So as we are, oh my gosh, this cursor thing is really confusing. All right. Okay. Mm. I feel like none of my notes are lining up. Sorry, guys. I am so confused right now. Okay, here we go. Weird. All right. So let's talk about long-term retention. Okay. So something to understand as you go from one day to another is that there is always a drop-off and a decay in your memory. It just happens. Okay. There's actually a name for it. There's actually like a graphical representation for it, which is called the forgetting curve. Essentially, expect from the initial learning day, expect to lose between 10 to 25% in your recall. This is completely normal. So when you come back to it the next day, that's why we have those review portions of our practice. Okay. When you find a memory lapse, isolate it. Use the same memorization method to rebuild. And expect to make a giant leap forward as you go through. Okay? Focus on competence and clarity. I would encourage you to track your progress, what you've struggled with, what you would do differently than the next session. This reflection part makes it easier to create a sustainable process, so that way you are coming to your practice understanding what's going on. Okay? And with that, that helps you manage the forgetting curve, right? It helps you manage how much actually falls off. Okay. Oh, that's the reason why. All right. So now we're going to get into visualization and analysis of the piece. I think what's really important is that this process, this is essentially happening after we've had some success with what we've already memorized, right? We're looking to strengthen and support what we already know. So, probably after about a week of working on a piece, you'll have a good section of that piece memorized. Okay? And now what you can do is you can help support that memorization with visualization practice, where you incorporate specific techniques we're incorporating specific techniques to develop an understanding and a memory that isn't just muscularly related or just sort of like what our hands feel, right? Just to review, I have talked about before the 4 parts of memory. I believe we talked about that in the previous workshop. Physical, analytical, oral, and visual. Those are the 4 parts of memory, okay? The physical memory is your actual, I'm playing the guitar, what are my muscles doing? The oral memory is what it sounds like, from listening examples to listening to your own playing. The analytical memory is understanding the piece, phrases, motives, sections, harmonic analysis, melodic analysis, rhythmical analysis. And then visualization is you being able to create the vision of what that piece is in your mind. Visualization comes through many different ways, but the most common ways that we visualize is either seeing the fretboard and seeing our fingers doing the thing, or seeing the sheet music in front of you. And it happens in a variety of different ways. So what we're going to do now is we're going to kind of reassess the amount of time and how we use our time to support our practice now. And we're going to make a specific change here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to split our time from 2 15-minute sessions to 3 10-minute sessions. Because what we want to incorporate now is we want to incorporate the skill of visualization. And last week I went through a process of how you can develop, or not last week, excuse me, last month. I went through a process of how you can develop your visualization if you've never worked on it before. But we're going to use that idea, that strategy to work on visualization. And so we are going to now split our time into 3 10-minute sessions, where one 10-minute session is essentially identifying 2 phrases that we want to be troubleshooting and working on. Another 10 minutes is going to be the active memorization process that we had done. And we're going to add another 10 minutes, which is going to be applying visualization strategies to your memory. During that visualization process, we're going to use the way of reinforcement steps 2 through 5 that we outlined, right? You work on one measure. You do the measure in the way that you want to do it. Notes, rhythms, right hand, left hand fingering. We're going to add the idea of focusing on the melody. So now we're going to sing the letter names specifically of the melody while visualizing those notes and the finger locations of each note. Okay? And so essentially we're going back over it again, back to measure 1, and applying visualization techniques to it. That way it's something that you have learned, something that you can already do, and now you're going to visualize it. Okay? When you do that with the first measure, you do it with the second measure. When you do that second measure, you put the 2 together. Then you play 1 and 2 together, right? Same process with singing the letter names. When you test yourself, take the music away, you try and play it from memory, and you try and engage that memory of letter names. Sometimes it might just be singing it out loud with letter names. Sometimes I like to do it and I like to try and hear the letters in my mind. It's up to you. Okay. I think that at this point it becomes a little bit more nebulous, and it's more up to how you individually process that information. You go through that whole first phrase. Then you go and you move on to the second phrase, working in the same process. Just that phrase, first measure of the second phrase, second measure of the second phrase. Those two together, etc. Same process all the way through. Then when you have the second phrase all on its own, you do the two together. Phrase 1 and 2. Goes through the same process, right? OC on YouTube said, "Juicy, this some juicy info." Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I think it's important as we're doing this to be mindful of what your current experience is, like what you have experienced previously, your current comfort level with this, with note reading. How comfortable do you know your letter names and the locations of the notes on your instrument? And how experienced or inexperienced you are with visualization techniques. That's all going to essentially be what tells you or what helps you understand why you're moving through it at a certain pacing. Once you can play a full piece in this large section with the melody, you do the same thing for the bass notes and you do the same thing for the inner voices. Okay, this allows you to really understand every part of this piece. What you're going to do then also is then combine it with your analysis techniques. Okay? So when you're analyzing a piece, some things that we want to be aware of are the form of the piece. Is this, an ABA form, AB form, but that's binary? Is this a rounded binary form? Is this rondo? Is this sonata allegro form? How is this piece structured, right? Where are my large and small sections? Where are my phrases? What are my musical, melodic, and rhythmical motives? I should have a harmonic analysis of the piece. Where are my chords doing? I should have a melodic analysis of the piece. When I'm playing the melody, is it a chord tone? Is it a non-chord tone? Same thing with inner voices and the bass note as well. Rhythmical analysis. Where are my fast rhythms? Where are my slow rhythms? How does that affect in the phrasing and everything? So with visualization and analysis, those things come together. And those things help bring you a deeper understanding of the piece. Going back to our 4 parts of memory, we are literally working on the analytical part of the memory and the visual part of the memory with that. So after you've done that with a phrase, with 2 phrases, right? You'll probably wind up realizing you've focused a lot of time on the left hand because that's where we tend to focus most of our time. And as we've been going through this process, a lot of times what winds up happening is that we overlook what the right hand has to do. Okay? I always say the guitar is an instrument where we use 2 hands to play a single note. And so a lot of times we tend to be more preoccupied with the hand that makes the pitch rather than the hand that actually generates the pitch. And those are 2 different things, right? Because we can change our finger on the fretboard and change the pitch, but we'll always generate the pitch by using our right hand. Unless it's a slur, hammer on or pull off, but that's something all different. This is a great moment as you've done these things to revisit your right hand technique. Just make sure it's consistent, make sure it's clear. We did the initial process of working out right hand fingerings and making those consistent earlier on. But as we move forward, sometimes things like to get changed on us without ourselves realizing it. Okay? These things will just make your memory process more robust. Adding in visualization and analysis gives you a deeper understanding and knowledge of what you're playing. So now we're going to shift into some performance preparation skills. Plum, thank you. I appreciate that. Um, I appreciate that. Thank you. So if you're a regular on my channel, you will know that I love me some counting out loud while playing. The metronome, my enemy. Make the metronome your friend, my friend. And I think, a lot of times people will talk about like maybe using a drum beat or something. I think ultimately anything that helps you like maintain your pacing is great. I just find like I have developed a understanding and relationship with the metronome to where I no longer view it as my enemy. The metronome is my friend. The metronome is life. Anyway, so now we're going to shift over to some performance preparation. And for me, and I'll be honest, this is now being more personalized as a solo performer. Okay. As a solo performer, we are the musicians of the orchestra and we are the conductor of the orchestra. Okay. So you need to know rhythmically how everything comes together. Okay? You do not have someone acting as your rhythm section. You are the rhythm section, as well as being the melody, right? The vessel of communication, as it were. So because of that, I need to have an intimate command over my rhythm. I do that through counting out loud, rhythmically. And I combine that with singing, but you don't have to do that just yet. This helps stabilize the tempo and focus, especially when I'm under pressure. I was just working with a student this week. We were talking about tempo. He was playing something where ultimately he was playing way too fast. I did like a little tap tempo on my metronome. And I'm like, dude, you should be playing this at 84. You're at like 120. You're way too fast. He's like, well, yeah, that always happens. How do I control? I'm like, you got to count. You got to count when you play. You have to count when you practice. You have to instill that rhythm in you. So that way it does not you don't get overwhelmed and allow your perceptions to dictate how fast you play something, but rather your mental memory of what it is you're trying to do. Okay. So just like with our visualization, our memorization techniques, we're going to use the procedure that I outlined in steps 2 through 5 of practicing. We'll use chunk practice again. So again, going back to measure by measure, but maybe at this point, you could do 2 or 3 measures, but always do a manageable amount. And focus on counting the rhythms, okay? And this is sort of like the composite rhythms of, right? So we're not isolating the melody rhythm or the bass rhythm. We're doing like the whole rhythmical structure. I could probably go into a whole other talk about what a composite rhythm is, but we won't worry about that for right now. Again, working one measure at a time, utilizing confirm, verify, reinforcement throughout, and use a metronome. Metronome's super important. Okay. Over time, you are going to find that your playing becomes more confident, and you're going to gain just greater communication abilities with what you're doing. Okay. While at first this does happen step by step, over time, it does start to happen a little bit more organically. And one of the things that you might notice over time is that the piece is evolving at different time spans, right? So maybe the first phrase, because you started at the first phrase when you started working on this, man, you're up to counting it. But like now you're working on like the middle of the piece, right? And now the middle of the piece, you're still just trying to get the fingerings of everything. Like all of that is normal. Allow the piece to evolve at a different rate depending on where you are in the process. Okay? Finally, getting this into performance mode, what we ultimately need to do is we need to start bringing in elements to help you practice playing and relying on these functions, right? So initially you're doing this all in your practice room, but now start inviting someone to come and listen. Put the process to the test. You've done all this work. What do I have for it? Right? We've talked about testing throughout. This is, sort of like one of like the final boss level test, right? You can do this by just asking, a friend or a family member to come and listen. You can do it by having a group chat with some friends and just playing for them, right? I offer an open mic at my house once a month for members of the guitar community in the area that I live in, and we get together and we play for one another. I'll be playing some pieces this Sunday, just to test drive some stuff. You can do, a more formal open mic at like where it's out in public. Those kinds of things. That's why I have recitals for my students and all that kind of stuff. Now that we have done some fundamental processes, okay, now we can challenge ourselves. And so as you start doing this stuff, usually what winds up happening is that the practice starts to become a little more monotonous and boring, right? So you can add different ways of practicing, or here are some more advanced memorization techniques and processes that you can use to help just sort of experience the music in a different way. So you can do reverse practice or back chaining for a deeper relation to the piece. Okay, this is essentially where you start at the last measure of the piece and you just play it backwards, not actually backwards. Okay, but like you play the last measure of the piece. Then you play the last two measures of the pieces and the last three measures of the pieces, right? That way you start getting used to understanding where you are going to rather than where you came from. You could also pick a random spot in the piece and start from there. An easier way of doing that is starting at like the beginning of a section or the beginning of a phrase. And then you can even be like in the middle of things. This also helps just make you feel more secure when you have to maybe make a jump because of a memory lapse. Oops. Whoops, that was the wrong thing. Sorry. Oh, it's because I thought there was more. There is not. So using these strategies to test how well you really know the music is, again, just aids in developing that confidence. Rather than just relying on moving your fingers to remember what you're doing, all of this engages the active knowledge. You have to understand it on a deeper level to be able to use these things. And that's ultimately what's going to make you feel more secure and confident in your memorization. All right. So the TLDR of this all is consistent, structured memorization builds long-term recall and confidence in your performance. So we'll leave this a little open-ended and just sort of start off a little discussion. Does anybody have any performance experiences that they want to share with this as we go through? What's up, Dies Often? How you doing? Oh my gosh, where is my cursor? There it is. All right. So, are there any questions regarding the presentation regarding memory. Any questions with what I just talked about? Any thoughts? Speak up now or forever hold your pieces. I'm just going to check chat. Oh, I can't even see. That's okay. Juicy indeed. Ooh. Any questions? Anything that wasn't clear? I apologize that I had some of my notes for my slides mixed up a little bit. I hopefully can fix all of that in editing and make it like useful and worthwhile. We're learning along the way, y'all. Like, I'm learning how to do this with each one. So hopefully each presentation is getting better. What might a 1 hour practice look like? All right, is this specifically for memory, or is this like what you were asking in the Discord earlier, Skittles? Because I can incorporate the idea of like how would that look in terms of memorizing a piece, right? Or is this just like in general, like I'm gonna practice for an hour? What is it gonna look like? Or what are some ways? And while you're answering, I'm gonna set up my iPad for writing time. Actually, I want to write in my notes. Yeah, so hold on 1 second while I get this working. Why does that only make letters? I bet if I searched that, I could find out. Why does my Apple Pencil not keep handwriting in notes? Turns into letters. Okay, turn off scribble. All right, hold on a second. Let's see if this works. Settings. Ah, let's turn off scribble. Okay. Now let's try it. Well, no, I want it to write. Okay, let's try this. Apple Pencil only converts. But I don't want it to turn to text, though. That's the problem. I want to use it. What am I doing? I'm trying to get my stylus to work on here. I don't want text here. I want to just draw. No, pencil settings. All right, yeah, whatever. I don't need that. Are those Lego sets? They are Lego sets behind me. Oh my gosh, why can't I do this? I used to be able to do this. All right. I don't know what I did, but I did it. That's all that matters. All right. Cool. Huh. Okay. My gosh. Not now. All right. Let's set up the this so that way you all can see what I'm doing. Okay. All right. Are they unopened? These sets are unopened. I have a whole bunch of built sets over there. Ain't a mess. And do I play music? I've been known to play music from time to time. Hold on one second. Trying to get something to work. There we go. All right. So someone on geez, can't talk. Nobody. It's not what I'm doing. All right. So let's do this. Oh, can you not see this? Because it's not there. All right. Here we go. Read the title of the live stream. Will that actually come up? Here we go. Ah. All right. Well, that's going to look a little poopy. That's all right. Can I get this to be like... Oh, well. Just make this bigger. Here we go. And then okay. There we go. And here this could just stay there. I'm just trying to find where that ends up. Okay. All right. All right. Skittles. So, Skittles wanted to know, what does a 1 hour practice session look like? How do I break it up? So, Skittles, I guess this is where, again, like, there are, let's do this. There are 3 categories that I would work with, right? For me, a well-rounded practice session starts with understanding there are 3 things that we need. So practice. So that's what we want, right? So the first thing that I need is technique. Okay. Next, what I need is obviously my new rep, new pieces. And then the third thing is old rep. So the difference between new and old rep is currently learning. Right? And then old repertoire is stuff I already know. Well, hold on a second. So I think that all it has to do is you just need to know how to use your time, right? So we're gonna work within a 6 or excuse me, a 60-minute window. Oh, that's not what I wanted. You can absolutely get this done in a 60-minute window. Okay? You just have to know what you're working with. So, ideally, I like to look at my practice like this. What is that? That's a circle. All right. In an ideal world, this is how I would use my time. Okay? All of that is technique. Half of my time on technique. Technique can look like a lot of stuff. This is, exercises. This can be excerpts. This can be studies. Right? I think those are sort of like the three big categories of technique. Okay? So, our technique can take a variety of different forms. Then I have new rep. This is learning. Right? It's in the learning phase. Now, the learning phase is super ambiguous, right? There are times where I perform a piece that is actively in the learning phase. Okay? So let's define that as like it's a piece that I'm not playing all the way through yet. Okay? That's what I mean by that. And then my old rep. Right? And this is going to be stuff, performable. Stuff that I would play somewhere. Right? Could even be in a lesson. Right? It doesn't have to be in a, thinking. Doesn't have to be necessarily in, a performance. There we go. I spaced on that. So this is my ideal setup. Obviously, the more time that you have, the easier it is, right? But let's also say this. Let's be honest for a second. This is very much a professional workload. All right? So let's make it more reasonable for ourselves. All right. So we're going to take an hour. So the goal is 60 minutes of practice. Right? Oh! Oops. 60 minutes of practice. That's our goal. That's what we're working with. Okay? So, I think I put this in the Discord before, too. Let me find it again. Just because it's a great resource. Yeah, here we go. So here's how I would... So with 60 minutes of time, all right, this is how I would work it all out. No, it's okay. It's okay. There's nothing to apologize about. I literally am just talking to myself about this. And also, not everybody could see this. So essentially, we're not following this philosophy, but it's very close to it. Okay? And I think that's the big perspective, is that this philosophy is why I suggest certain things when people ask. So, we'll start with technique. Okay? Or actually, let's start, because I'm drawing and I'm liking what I'm doing here. We'll make our circle. All right? So, essentially, this is our 60 minutes. Half of it is going to be on new rep. Now, what's really interesting is that this is usually one or two pieces, right? Usually. Everybody loves, I just love pie. Pizza pies are the best. So here is, this is now 30 minutes of our practice has already been taken. Right? And that 30 minutes can be broken down smaller, but let's just keep it big for a moment. Now, I'm like constantly moving out of frame. Sorry. I'm trying to stay in frame for this. So now, we have 30 minutes to split between technique and old repertoire. According to this chart, I definitely prioritize technique. Technique is important for me. So, I want to prioritize that as I use 60 minutes of practice. So, approximately, I think I did that right. Approximately 20 minutes is going to be on technique. 20 minutes. And that's going to leave just 10 minutes. Whoopsie daisy. For old rep. Right? 10 minutes. And that's the big breakdown of how I would use 60 minutes. Okay? Now, that's not the only breakdown. That's just a very top level, high level concept of it. Let's break it down further though. Okay? So, my technique practice is going to be broken down into two categories. Okay? It's going to be foundations. Foundations or sight reading. Okay? And then scales or arpeggios. There we go. Oh no, excuse me. I read that wrong. It's going to be, oh boy, foundations. That's going to be 5 minutes. Then sight reading. That's going to be 5 minutes. Then scales or arpeggios. That's going to be 10 minutes. So, total, I'm giving 20 minutes to technique. Right? There's my 20 minutes. For me, and what I have found is that it is better to do one or the other. So, I'm either going to focus on scales for a day or arpeggios for a day. And I'm just going to flip-flop. Rather than do both and do it for 5 minutes. Although an alternative, right? Your alternative to this is scales for 5 and arpeggios for 5. Either of them are fine. One or the other. I prefer this for me. Okay. So, technique. Foundations, 5 minutes. What are foundations? Those are essentially your warm-ups, right? Stretches, or non-active technical work. Things that you're not actively trying to improve upon. Sight reading for 5 minutes. It's always good to sight read. You should always be sight reading, working on your sight reading. And then scales or arpeggios. And I just flip-flop the days. So that's your foundations. How does the 30 minutes with a new piece look? Right? 30 minutes with a new piece. So this is, and I think this is the caveat, haven't learned, well, oh my gosh. Learned all the way. Right? This is important. I'm actively working on learning it, right? My new piece is going to be if I'm going to use 30 minutes for a new piece, I have to be able to fill up those 30 minutes. That's important. And that's a whole other conversation. How long should I be working on a piece? actually the guideline that I gave in the workshop is really helpful for that, just in general. But let's say skills you're working on a completely new piece, and it's a piece that should be worked on for 30 minutes a day. Here's how I would break up my time. We got the 2 by 15 method. That method essentially is 15 minutes broken into which is trouble spots. And that's going to be 3 5-minute, actually probably should be a slash, right? Three 5-minute sessions. I don't know why that happened. All right. Stop it. So 3 5-minute sessions, or or 15-minute deep dive. So that 15-minute deep dive might be memorization, right? That 15-minute deep dive might be working out analysis. That 15-minute deep dive might be working on your interpretation. I think either of those are fine. You could also, the third option is a combo of the two, right? So what does that look like? It could be 5-minute trouble, 10-minute deep dive, or 10-minute. Actually, let's do it this way. I remembered I hate writing. Or 2 5-minute trouble and a 5-minute deep dive, right? That's how you can use that time. In general, I pick one of these two, right? But sometimes you can't do that, and so you'll use one of these two. That's perfectly fine. All that matters is really, like, just make sure you're not overdoing things. You're not getting too carried away with one thing or another thing. That's really the main goal there. So that's our first 15 minutes, review or trouble spots. Our next 15-minute session is going to be learn new. Okay. So when I'm learning new, essentially, I'm working on learning a new passage. I just give 15 minutes to it, right? What has helped me with the learning of the new process is that I kind of think of, I view my movement through my practice time. And I'm saying time not in terms of a single day, but let's say a week. I work in groups of weeks, okay? So groups of weeks. Okay. What do I mean by that? Because that's really weird. I mean that when I start working on a new thing in a given week, I will start always at the beginning. I'll start at the beginning of new for that week, right? So if I started working on a new section this week, I'm going to always start at the beginning of that section and move forward. Measure 1, move forward. Measure 1, move forward. Measure 1, move forward. Say a week goes by. The next week, I'm working on a new section. I don't know how big that section is yet. But I'm going to start there because the old section will move to my review, right? And again, we can use sort of like these deep dive, like the deep dive for that, right? So that's one way of doing it. Again, 2x15 method, 15 minutes doing trouble spots, 3 minutes on 3 5-minute sessions on trouble spots, or a 15-minute deep dive, or you could use a combo of the two. And then my next 15-minute session is learning something new in that piece, and my boundaries are what is new for that week that I'm working, right? That's one way. The next way, and I found this useful, oh boy, I found this useful when the piece is more challenging for me, right, is my 3x10 method. Okay. The 3x10 method takes this same philosophy of having isolated trouble areas or deep dives, learning something new, but incorporating the idea of actively reviewing what I already have worked on. So, like I said, this is for more complicated pieces or more pieces that really push me further, which sometimes happens. So in this case, we've got a 10-minute session, which is going to be trouble spots, or deep dives, right? So that could look like 2 5-minute sessions. It can look like 1 10-minute deep dive. Or it can look like 5-minute trouble spot, 5-minute deep dive, right? That's the first part of this. The next part of this is 10 minutes. What I would call active review. A lot of times this could be a deep dive, right? It could act as a deep dive. So essentially, what you could do is you could have 2 5-minute sessions and a deep dive. You could do that. Don't have to, but you could. So a 5-minute deep dive, this could be just gaining, gaining confidence / reinforce, right? Could be memorization, which that's how we used it in the workshop. We then did 10 minutes where we were memorizing and visualizing. Actually, we were working on visualization. Right? So we were visualizing in that 10 minutes in the workshop when we went into changing from 2:15 to 3:10, right? And then 10 minutes learn new. And again, it's for current week, right? The current week is really important. I am doing the review here. This is where review is happening. This is where new is happening. I found that to be very helpful for me. So that way I didn't feel so pressed for time. So that's how I would use my 30 minutes, right? Now, that is assuming that the 30 minutes is one piece, right? Singular, one piece. If it's multiple pieces, right, you just break down the time. The easiest way to think is that you're going to practice, 2 pieces, 15 minutes each, right? You could do 2 pieces. Whoops. You could do 2 pieces. 10 minutes. And then 20 minutes. Right? And how you break down those times is, I actually set out in the workshop, right? 15 minutes is like a 5 and a 10-minute session. 10 minutes is 5 and 5, right? Just to break it down for us. 10-minute is 5 and 5. 15 minutes is 5 and 10, or 10 and 5, right? New, old is kind of what we're looking at. And then 20 minutes is 10 and 10. I mean, you could do 5 and 15, or 15 and 5, right? But notice how I'm breaking it down, right? You're just exactly skills. You're adjusting it for the size of the piece. That's all you're doing, right? If the piece is really small, don't spend 30 minutes on it. Good God, don't spend 30 minutes on it, right? Very rarely do I spend more than 30 minutes on something. There are times where it happens, but very rarely. Right? The key is putting numbers on it so it's actual. Exactly. It's about just for a moment, just like plan it out, sketch it out for yourself, right? Now, old repertoire. So with old rep, this is where it gets really difficult. Okay? Because this kind of starts getting combined with learning how to manage repertoire. So it gets a little funky. But essentially, when you're dealing with old repertoire, right? We're dealing with 10 minutes here. So again, it could be something as simple as a few playthroughs, right? Maybe of 2 or 3 pieces. 2 or 3. Or 3 pieces, right? Could also be it could be a 10-minute deep dive on a piece. You guys can see my handwriting is getting worse as I'm doing this because my hand is hurting more and more as I'm writing. It could be, 10-minute deep dive on a piece. You can rotate through pieces. Rotating is like, I know this isn't part of the initial question, but rotating through pieces is like the God mode of practice, right? I'm just going to show the philosophy of this really quickly. So how to rotate rep. Okay. If I'm working on, so let's say that I'm working this is gonna be a little weird. All right. Let's say I'm working on in a 10-minute session, right? So we're gonna take it just as it is here, and I'm reviewing a piece. Okay. We'll work in a 5-day session because that's how many days I work in. So day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Oh my gosh. Can I do this? Oh, that was amazing. Brilliant. Day 5. That was pretty awesome. So the way that I can do this, right? The way that I can do this is, I'm writing a little big and crazy. So piece A gets practiced every day. Well, I can only allocate that much time to it. I can only maintain one piece. But now, let's say we flip-flop. Piece A, piece B. A, B, A. Right? And then that has an alternate of B, A, B, A, B. So within 2 weeks, I'm able to equally practice both pieces. That's kind of nice. So this is one piece. This is two pieces. But now, let's say I want to do 3 pieces. A, B, C. A, B, C. A, B, C, A. B, C, A, B, C. This is 3 pieces. Right? You do 4 pieces. I mean, the same thing is going to happen, right? A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. Whoop-a-daisies. A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. Essentially, in a month, this is how you would rotate 4 pieces. Right? That essentially is like 1 month of practice, right? Now, I went from, it's the same amount of time, but I went from holding 1 piece to 4 pieces in my repertoire. Right? And essentially, you work your way down through this. The hardest part is this guy. Right? That's the hardest one because the day A repertoire piece, if you're working linearly through it, the day A repertoire piece becomes easier to maintain, so you need less time. Right? So you might just prioritize this. Maybe. I don't know. But the issue ultimately becomes is that day A is potentially more advanced than day B. Potentially, right? This isn't an exact science. This is just sort of giving options and abilities. Now, all of this gets to the point of, hey, I can practice this piece once a week. Right? Now I'm holding and I'm maintaining 5 pieces. I can maintain 5 pieces. And the nice thing is that when you maintain 5 pieces, it's 1 piece per week. The schedule doesn't change. Right? But we could also extrapolate it out a little bit and say, well, I could do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. I mean, geez. I could just do those 3. Whoops. Or those 2, rather. I've doubled the amount of repertoire that I have, right? But I would argue that this then takes into account more time. Or maybe you have an easier piece, and instead of doing 30 new and 10 old, you adjust. So we're not going to do that. Hold on. Now we're getting fancy. We're not going to do this. Instead, what we're going to do is maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes new and 20 minutes old. Right? Oh, wait. Hold on. I didn't want to erase 20. So you do 20 minutes new and then 20 minutes old. So now we've 2x'd how much review time we have, right? And we've only shaved off 10 minutes here on our new pieces, right? And if you're using a 2x10 method, which is an altered 2x15 method, it works. Okay? So essentially, there are ways where on just 1 hour of practice a day, you have the ability. I mean, you could maintain 10 pieces plus learning a new piece, potentially. But it's all a process of going through it, right? The idea is you want to take a piece that you practice every day. The process is you want to take a piece that you practice every day and you want to transform it to 1 time a week, right? And then ultimately for me, it could be 2 times a month, or it could be 1 time a month. This is where I'm currently trying to work with my repertoire. Is getting the piece to 1 time a month. And that's my workflow. I go, if I had to I don't know, the workflow of this is every day. So every day to every other day to 2 times a week. To 1 time a week, to 2 times a month, to 1 time a month. That's my workflow. So every piece starts here, and this is where I want to be. This is where I'm ending. How many pieces do I currently maintain in my repertoire? Actually, funny enough, I just did that. That answer for you. Let's do this. We're in presentation mode. Let's go. This is something else. Hold on. We'll just use this. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 24 pieces that I'm currently going through. My plan is 1 day a week for each of those pieces, or 1 day a month for each piece. So 19 of these 24 pieces, I think that I should be able to get to 1 day a month. That's what I'm working on. And you guys can... Hold on. I probably shouldn't show this. I'm going to put this I'm going to put this here. Boom. There you guys go. You just look at it. That was just me working out my repertoire. I need to use the blank sheet. I'm like, I need to figure this out. So I just used the Google Doc to do it. But essentially, 1 hour is all you need as long as you use your time in a way that is productive. I think that using time, that is the thing that hurts us the most. Is like, well, how much time do I do this? Can I really get something done in just 5 minutes? There's so much more that goes down to it, but, on a big level, absolutely. And I would argue that if someone only has an hour of practice available to them, maintaining 10 pieces is probably the max that you should be trying to maintain. And then you have to ultimately decide what are you going to do and what are you going to not do. So that was one of the questions that we had. There's another one, though. I have to find it. I think it's in the Discord. That's right. All right, here we go. So the second question was determining right hand fingering. And then there was something along with this where it was when to use the thumb instead of I and inverse. Okay. So that is a big, big question. Okay. Oh man, I wish I had this actually printed on my, because I have the music right here. So I was actually just talking about this with a student. He's working on this piece, which is called New Morning. Focus. Come on, autofocus, please. Hold on, maybe autofocus is off. Let me see. No, that's exposure. That was not what I wanted. Spot. Can it just not focus? Oh, here we go. So this is the piece that he's working on, right? And what you may notice is that there are, I'll use this, there are some lower notes that are played with the thumb. And while I understand that perspective, those notes are on the third string and they sound dumpy. And so I'm like, dude, use a finger, use eye, use a different finger. Don't use the thumb. It sounds dumpy. Because they're inner voices. They're not actually like bass notes. Like they shouldn't, to me, even though it's written as like I'm going D-A, right? Even though it's written that way, I'm going to want it to fill out. I'm going to want it to sound, I think that was done because this is the prep level of RCM, right? So I think this was written out as a 2-voice piece, not because it's 2 voices, but because it's easier to read than if there was a rest on that beat. And that was a dotted half note, and that was a quarter note. That's what I think that they were doing, and people can fight me on that. I don't care. Like, knowing that it's an education piece written for a level this low, I would absolutely agree, and I would take it as a chance to tell a student it's really in 3 voices. There's a 3-voice texture every once in a while. This is just written for easy visual reference. So I know that doesn't necessarily answer the question, but that's one part of it. The question, the greater question of how to determine right hand fingerings, I do actually have a pretty straightforward system for that. Okay. So if we go back to this, okay. Determining right hand fingering. That some red flags are set off by the wording of that, but I don't care. Determining right hand fingerings. Okay. Here are some, I will say, I'm not going to say absolutes, but here are some hard-nosed, like hard-line aspects. What are some do's? Do alternate fingers. All right? Develop right-hand alternation, please. Do not repeat a finger over and over again. If you need to repeat a finger, so if you need to repeat, do it deliberately. Wow, that's not how you spell deliberately. Why, that looks wrong. D. That's not with an E. Why does deliberate look wrong? Someone tell me why it's wrong. Please, for the love of God, before I go crazy. Hey, Siri. Oh, thanks, Ray. I missed an E. There we go. Josh from Bellers. Oh my gosh. Dude, how are you doing? Welcome to me not playing Classico right now. How are things? Josh is on Nerd on YouTube. He jumped into the chat. You're doing well? I'm glad to hear it. So good. Oh, you caught me on a workshop day where I just gave a presentation about memorizing music, and now we're talking about determining right hand fingering in music, in playing. Avid follower, love the Classico shorts. Thanks. I appreciate that, man. All right, so definitely, if you're gonna repeat a finger, do it deliberately. Okay. That's a big one for me. If it's an arpeggio. So with an arpeggio, it's a little different, right? You assign a string, right? So there we have like 0 position, which is A on 1, M on 2, I on 3, P on 4 through 5. Not 4 through 5, geez. 4 through 6. Come on, Nick. Then you have +1 position, which essentially is M on 1, P on... No, jeez. I on 2, and then P on 3 through 6. Then you have -1 position, which is A on 2, B, Jesus, M on 3, I on 4, P on 5 through 6. -2 position is A on 3, M on 4, I on 5, P on 6, right? So that's essentially the 4 positions of where you can... Oh, caught it again. Oh boy. The 4 positions of where you can put the right hand for arpeggios, right? And that's... I think it's trying to do math. It is trying to do math! That's hilarious. Okay. You go, iPad. So that's, typical things, okay? Some things that I try to avoid this stuff. These are the things that I try to avoid. The do nots, right, is exchange A and M, right? So we're talking about like alternating A and M. I don't do that, okay? Unless I have to. Unless it's the only option. Like, I will bend over backwards and like reverse time to not alternate A and M if I can avoid it. Hey, Ralph, thank you for the 300 bits. I do appreciate that, my dude. When we get into like actually playing, I'll be more than happy to do a song for you if you would like. Like M and A, they don't work well when you alternate. If I need to use A, whoops. If I need A, I'm going to use it to solve a string crossing issue. Right? And A, I will go from M to A. That can work. I will go I to A. I will go A to I. Those are sort of my 3 combinations. I don't go M to A. Or, excuse me, I can go A to M as well. but I don't alternate. So this guy and this guy, I will reconceptualize the playing by doing something like I am A or A M I or I A M, right? I think those are the three options. Or MIA. Right? So these are when I have M and A next to each other, these are the four options that I go for, and I will look at a 3-note pattern. When to use the thumb, right? Thumb can be used whenever. I tend to use the thumb not always, but a lot of times its role will be the bass voice or lower voice. If the bass voice is fast, I might do like PI or PM or PIPM, right? Where now like two fingers are playing a line. This is kind of like lute playing. Like kind of, right? But that's how I deal with that. The thumb is allowed to play the third string. The thumb can play the second string. The thumb can play the first string. Can play any string. There's no right or wrong there. It's just, is it useful? Whoops. Is it useful or musically relevant? That's where I'm coming from with that. The other rules, like these rules up higher, are more so for functionality than actually like, you know, musical reasons. But like with the thumb is the thumb is like, you know, can do a whole lot of things. So let it do it. All right. So mostly going for voices, yeah. So the thumb, I primarily will use it if I decide to use a thumb on a higher string. It is for voicing, you know, to keep the voices together, or vice versa. I might do I and M and like the A finger on top, like the thumb, because it's a stronger muscle, a muscle that is working in the direction of gravity and force, right? It tends to be a bit stronger anyway. So I tend to save the thumb for when I need that strength. But at the same time, I will purposely lighten up the thumb if I need to. And if I can't get the sound that I want at a certain point, I have to change the fingering. So, all right. There we have it. Oh my gosh. Are there any other questions? I don't think I have any other. I'm going to check the Discord one more time. I don't think there's any playing videos for this week, or for this month rather. But are there any other questions? It's okay if there isn't. You don't have to you don't have to ask questions. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Okay? What we're going to do is I'm going to go to the bathroom. We're going to go on break. We've been live for like 2.5 hours. We've been doing this for a little bit of time. So we're going to go on break. When I get back, I'm going to practice. So enjoy the break, y'all. Enjoy my graduate recital from 15 years ago. And I will be back in about 15 minutes. It might be a little longer if I try and find like some food or something. Skittles, my pleasure. Thank you. Just reminder to everybody, this workshop does happen the first. I've decided, I've changed it. It's going to be the first Saturday of every month. So that means that next workshop will be Saturday, May, whatever. The first Saturday of May. I will put out I will start taking suggestions from subscribers and supporters of what they would like me to talk about next. And so feel free to drop those in the Discord, in the sub area. We can do it in the just the sub chat, like what do you guys want to talk about? More than happy to do that. I'll probably wind up at some point allowing we'll talk like over a year ago I asked about like what they would want to see. So we might do it again. We might just start like a little discussion on what next month's subject is, if anybody has any suggestions or burning questions for stuff. And I'll put in like a little starter of like, here's some things that we could talk about. Because some things are straightforward, where it can just be like a question that's asked. Other things are like a deep dive sort of thing. So, like, how do you get good at guitar? I'm still trying to figure that out. So if you have answers, let me know. Anyway, I will see you all in about 15 minutes or so. Be right back.
The first work on the program was Sweet Cassiana by Torba, which featured three movements, Femminilo, Garada, and Danza. These three movements are, like most of Torba's works, are caricatures or pictures as type works. The first being in the tradition of the Spanish fandango, the second being a very lyrical love song, and the third being a very basic dance. The next piece on the program is Johann Sebastian Bach's second suite in A minor. This suite is different than his other dance suites in that the four typical dance movements are only narrowed down to two, so he only includes a sarabande and a jig. It starts off with a prelude and a very dense fugue that follows, which is very uncharacteristic of a dance suite. And it ends with a double, which can be simply put as the jig, but with just a whole bunch more notes in it, just to make it harder to play. So I hope you enjoy the second suite.
Oh, that's not the right screen. All right. Speaking of practice. Oh my god. Ooh. I'm actually turning red from that. From that quote. Oh, that got me. All right. Fair enough. That's Rocky wanting to come in. All right. I have to plan my practice now because I did not do that today. It escalated incredibly quickly. Yes. I looked at that and I'm like, just, oh my god. Fuck you, Jersey. Alright, what are we working on? No, oh, that's like this, huh? Oh. Alright. It's literally over there. It's on a different... Oh, that's amazing. I'm gonna still need to access it anyway, mother... Alright. I can move this down. I don't need that. Okay. What are we going to work on? Excerpts. Let's go. All right, and my run through list. All right, I definitely know offhand I will not be getting through this whole entire thing, which is fine. I just know that that's going to happen. So I'm not even going to try to hold myself to that. Ooh, Pokemon in the chat. I don't have you? I want you. All right. All right. My timer. It's here. Oh, we caught it. Wonderful. Oh no, I'm not doing that. What am I? nails feel like they're getting caught, so I am going to work on them. Because that catch is not going to be good. Whew. Still like getting caught right there. So let's bring that down. I think I'm just adjusting the angle to be a little bit flatter. Oh, there we go. Do the same thing here. There we go. Yeah, so I'm not using nearly as steep of an angle of attack. That's the change that I made in the nail. That's also super high. I could feel that. I also have to add Peter's sub from earlier. So if 1 equals 2, then we're all fucked. Obama to Twitch, how you doing? It's been a while, my dude. Welcome back. I know that's like a... We talked about it on this show. God knows how long ago, though. God knows how long ago. we're all doomed. That's what happens. If 1 equals 2, then we're all doomed. Alright, that's feeling better. There's no way that I remember that. What? every single I can look at like your history, and like almost every single post is about one equaling two. Like every single thing. You visit Twitch once a year for this reason? Fair enough. Only on Twitch does 1 equal 2. Alright. How are you doing? You should visit Twitch more often. Although the last time that you were here was a year ago. Actually, I think it was longer. I think it was 2023. Yeah, it was like around this time 2 years ago. Come back more often. We miss you here. All right, let's practice. All right, here we go. Oh, no, that's not where it is. Oh, where am I going? Oh, yeah, here. I think this is gonna suck. Oh, man. You shouldn't have any ads right now. Why are there ads? The fudge. Oh, no, maybe? I don't know. This shouldn't be. I don't know what's going on. Chunk 1. Alright. We'll do slow fast because I need to. There we go. Nice. Chunk 2. Nice. Nice. Oh, we failed with that one. Not bad. it's not a scale. This is an excerpt from Emergence. They're more like arpeggios than anything else. Balls. Oh, that was wrong. And that was also wrong. Oh, it wasn't wrong. I was right. I was right. There we go. All right. That was good. Balls. That was good. Whoops. It's this. That was good. That was good. Nope, that's wrong. That was better. There we go. Not bad. Nope, that was wrong. funky. That's better. No, I was wrong. There we go. No, I did that again. Balls. Alright, that worked. We're just going to go through that slowly again. And all of a sudden it works. Do I play Latino-ish things? Yeah, if you check out my song list, you'll see what's there. Actually, sort of done. Yeah. Let's try this just full speed or at speed. Okay. Full test at 50. That was good. Let's test at 84. Just to make sure the fingers can move at that speed. Well, that wasn't bad. It was sloppy, but not bad. All right. Whew. And now we're going to do some Anki excerpts. Oh, let me get this actually. So yesterday we were at, we'll just start back at 60. This. Nice. That wasn't bad. Okay. Let's just work on this. Slow, fast, and in chunks. One, two, there we go. That was good. If I ever played in band, I've been known to band, not now, but before. Not bad. One more time. That's good. Also, I didn't do the right thing. There we go. Now let's test it. That was good. Very nice. Balls. There we go. That's two. Whoops. We've got another 5 minutes coming up, so that's not a big deal. But let's make sure we answer this. We log this in. So 4, 5, 1, 3, practiced at 60, unfinished. All right. All right, we'll just go. All right. Meh. That's a mulligan. That was good. I'll count that. All right, that was pretty good. Oh, I thought I made that go. Well, so 60. 3. Nope. Thumb was not. There we go. Nice. All right. 3, 4, and 1. There we go. 92. That was a mulligan. That definitely was a fail. second test of this. Alright, that's okay. Definitely needs work though. Whoops. Forgot to enter stuff in. And that's a mulligan. Checked. 120. And we need to work on 60, 104, and 120. Practiced. Second try. Redo. Mulligan. All right. One, two, ready, and balls. That was nice. That's nope. There we go. Move to the next one. 72. All right. 92. Alright, let's just work at it at 92 for a moment. Oh, that sucked. All right, hold on. Oh, it's still sucking. Okay. Alright, that was actually not bad. We'll just test 126. Alright. We're on 92 and 1. All right. Oh, I'm only doing these once. All right, let's see what happens. I am going to give myself into the process. Hey, Ray's World, thank you so much. I know I need to get back to you. I know that, and it's on my thing that I need to look at. It's been a crazy week prepping. Like the prep for the workshop was all done except for all the promotional stuff that I had to. Oh God, it was crazy. All right, cool. All right. We're going to believe in the process. All right. So the Anki excerpts have been shamalama ding dong. There we go. Been finished. Oop. But definitely need to do the Piazzolla. Do the intro again. So here's a great example of me modifying my 30-minute practice. Basing more off of sections than anything else. So for instance, like the intro, I'm just going to be working on for 5 minutes, right? What speed did I say this is at? Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. a B button, a T and a three and a B dum bum B da da dee 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 da 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 da. E dun do 1 E and a 2 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 1 E and a 2. I think that's actually better. Bum da ti da tum, because that works. When I can do that. Oh, ti da 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 dee da dum. Excuse me. Thank you. I feel like I have more control over it. What's up, Brian? How you doing? Bottom 1 E and a 2 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 1 balls. Getting in your own practice? Nice. E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 1 E, 2 E and a 1 E and a 2. B1E and a 2E and a 1E and a 2E and a 1E, 2E and a 1E and a 2. Balls. Yeah, I'm doing that. Oh, that's what I wanted to do there too. Well, I could be a little more expressive with that too. Nice. I'm just gonna. A 1E and a 2E and a 1. A 2E and a 1E and a 2. 1E and a 2E and a 1. 2E and a. That's good. that's good enough to move on. Now we're going to work on this next part. 80. Bum, 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 bum. I didn't really keep track of anything. I just kind of worked stuff out. It's fine. A section. This is going to be measures 26 through 34. 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, 1, a 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1. Nice. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm not this little bump, 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 bump. Who's the composer? This is Piazzolla. Astor Piazzolla. 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1. Da, 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 da. Gotta remember that. P. Let's just do this slowly without the metronome. 1, a 2. Oh, I didn't even turn on the timer yet. 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, and that was good. Yeah, this is actually a flute and guitar piece that actually I learned way back when. It's been at least 10 years since I played this thing, if not more. I think the last time I played this was 2015. Yeah, so you're just hearing the guitar part. This is for a collab that I'm working on. And I guess it's an open secret. It's with Julia Dina violin. I think that's her. One and 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1. 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, 2 balls. 1. Let's do it slow. 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, and 2, and 1, and 2, and a 1, and 2, and 1, and 2, and 1, and 2, and a 1, and... That was good. 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, what happened. 1, 2, and 1, and 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, and. What was the blip? Is it still happening? Is it still happening? I'm not seeing the playback. One, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, a 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, and. Not bad. Let's try that one more time. Balls! 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, and. You know what? That's good enough for rock and roll. Let's keep going. Measure 34 through 45. 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and 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 1 and a 2. Okay, that got a little funky. 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1. Oh, am I gonna do that? Am I gonna throw an A finger in there? Felt really good. That felt really good to do. That was weird. Alright. And 1 and a 2 and 1 and a 2 and 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a balls. Alright. Slow, fast, measure 34 through 38. 1 and a 2 and a 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 1. Nice. 1 and a 2 and a 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 1. Oh, 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1, a 2 and a 1. Oh, 1. That's pretty good. To 42. 1 and a 2 and a 1, a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1, a 2 and a 1 and. saw something move weird, so I was just checking it out. 1 E and a 2 E and a 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 1 E. 1 E and a 2 balls. Yeah, that kind of got a little funky. What do I like better? I don't like that. All right. I'll put 5 minutes on that little scale there. 6, 7. Let's do slow, fast to start. 1 E and a 2 E, 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a. All right. I think I did some dotted rhythms with this, so we'll do that. All right. So we'll do short, long rhythm. 1. Yeah, definitely want to work on that. Not liking it. fast version? Mm. Alright, let's do that again. That transition. Better. Yeah, I'm not getting... I was going too fast. That seemed to work. And then... Whoops. What reel got over 10K? Jeez. Have to check that out later. That's actually pretty good. Yep. All right, 10 more minutes. All right, since I'm paused here for a second, and curiosity is going to eat away at me, what reel got over 10,000? Oh, the one from yesterday. Wow. Oh, and it was the trial. That's interesting. That trial reel blew up. Okay. All right. I'm okay with all that. That's funny. I'm getting distracted by social media. Let me freaking work on this. And a 2 and a 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. 1. What is this? Balls. 1 and 2. 1, 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 1. Is that weird that I want to do that on the 4th? I think oh my god, am I going to do that? I'm going to do that. It's stupid, but I'm doing it. Makes it so much more difficult. But it sounds so much better. No, you're not going to be played on the 3rd string. 3rd string is dumpy. 4th string all the way for all the basses. You get this 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 and a 2 and a 1, 1. Yeah, we're totally doing that. 3. 1. Nope. 1. 1. 4. Open. I can keep it the same. That's I and A. I just think that sounds better. I don't play Canon Rock, sorry. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3rd finger is going to do a little bit of a slide. What the actual balls? Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay. 1. 1, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and I think I'm a little faster, but we're going to keep it at 80 right now. All right, that worked for that. So right at measure 61. Through 64. Jane, how you doing? Just do this slowly without the metronome. Balls. Am I new to guitar? One E and a two. One E and a two E and a one E and a two E and a one. There we go. One E and a two E and a one E and a two E and a two. Balls. One E and a two E and a one E and a two E and a one. No, I don't play that song. Sorry, buddy. One E and a two E and a one E and a two E and a two E and a one. There we go. One E and a two E and a one E and a two E and a two E and a one 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 E and a two E and a two E and a one. If you're looking for a song request, it's got to be something from my song list, which is linked in my profile at the top of the banner, and it's a $5 super chat or more. Otherwise, enjoy the practicing. Nope, that was wrong. Oh, you mother. What's up, Kudu? How you doing? Mikhail, I don't even know what that is. How's my practice going? Practice going good, Kudu. Oh, finally, jeez. That was good. There we go. Jesus, that was a giant process. All right. Measure 65 to 68. One. that's how I do that. Yeah, okay. Let's get this. G Guitar, how you doing? Really? Oh, that's the reason why. It's a C double sharp. Huh, I've been playing that wrong like forever. I have played that wrong for so long. Damn you, C double sharp. Like, not even like just for practicing this today, but just in my life. It's another one! Oh my gosh! I've been playing that wrong for so long. Let's just play through this, and then we'll take a break. I think I might do it normal. I haven't decided. Right now, ending there with the thumb makes more sense. All right, here we go. You know the guitar name? You mean who built the guitar? This is built by Alan H. Chapman. Alright. That was okay. I've had better practice. It's alright. Literally, I just need to... I'm working on it 2 times a week. I should not be expecting a whole amazingness of it. Alright. I'm going to go take a break. When we get back, we got more practice, y'all. So stick around, hang out, enjoy the video that plays in the background. I will see you all in about 15 minutes.
The first work on the program was Sweet Cassiana by Torba, which featured three movements, Femengilo, Arata, and Danza. These three movements are, like most of Torba's works, are caricatures or picture type works. The first being in the tradition of the Spanish fandango, the second being a very lyrical love song, and the third being a very basic dance. The next piece on the program is Johann Sebastian Bach's Second Suite in A minor. This suite is different than his other dance suites in that the four typical dance movements are only narrowed down to two, so he only includes a sarabande and a gigue. It starts off with a prelude and a very dense fugue that follows. which is very uncharacteristic of a dance suite. And it ends with a double, which can be simply put as the G, but with just a whole bunch more notes in it, just to make it harder for the player. So I hope you enjoy the second suite.
Oh, did I not turn off? Did I mute or no? I don't even remember. Balls. I need to go and get my my drink. Hold on. Bets on if you think Rocky's gonna take over the stream. Oh wow, he's not there. I know. But usually when I have the door open, there it is.
I need to make myself a new drink because the kid fucking put her girls on mine.
No personal space. Not here, what he said. All right. What are we gonna work on now? We'll work on that. Whew. All right, so Little Sonata, Arp 3. I'm being so lazy today, I'm not even changing my title of stream. Just like, whatever. Whew. Balls. I'm trying to figure out the right hand sequence there. Sorry. Got a little zoned in. Alright. So, just to let y'all, like, in on what I was doing, because it looked like I went in, like, La La Land for a second. We've talked about this before on the stream. I am using a sequence to play the arpeggios, and the sequence that I'm using groups the release of thumb and index finger together and middle and ring together. But in a descending arpeggio, it's a little different. And so what winds up happening is that I get caught here, right? Right, I'm at that point. So I'm experimenting with the idea of releasing the the index finger when the thumb plays. So I'm back to here. It comes back out. Which is less stressful in my hand. And I think replicates what happens at a faster speed. Alright, so let's do this. Using stop practice to help me out with this. We're doing slow, fast. We'll just do measures 33 to 36. We'll use that one. I went to the wrong base, but that's not a big deal. still having issues releasing that finger. Alright. It's not bad. That is so tricky to do. Yeah, because I want... Oh man, that is hard. Oh god, that destroys my left hand. There's no other way to play it though. No, balls. Nope, that's wrong. Trying to read that. Eureka! Thank you for the follow on twitch.tv/Guitar Shredder. Glad that you enjoyed the stream enough to give a follow. All right, 39, 42. Actually, 43. We have like 22 seconds left of this. Oh, it's all right. We can get some practice in. Not bad. let's take it at speed, and then we'll go from there. Got balls. Let's try that again. Duh. Nope. It was okay. And I really haven't practiced it in a while, so, like, makes sense. All right, we're going to go back to our excerpt practice, see how that's going. Check in on our Anki cards. All right. Nope. You know what? Let's just do this slow, fast, and in chunks. It needs it. And it's more like the right hand needs attention. Actually, that was good. I'm just going to do it slow the whole time. Not going to do it in chunks. That was good. Three, and there we go. All right. Let's do 72. 2, 3, 4. Now, hold on. Ooh. Oh, the chungs are going on without me. Oh, that hit me right in the face. I hope it's not stuck in my beard. It is. It is stuck in my beard. Don't worry. Is it? There it is. Slow fast now. 1. Nope. All right. Just missing the strings and everything. Okay. Whatever. One, two, ready, and that was good. Do it again. 3, 4, 1. Balls. Just say no. That's a do-over. Nope. Yeah, sorry, don't do that. I didn't like that. Also, we put this where it belongs here. There we go. That worked. Slowly. Oh, alright, let's do that second time. Nope. There we go. Alright, slow fast it. longer, I'm going to need to take my own advice. No, that was shit. Nope. All right. That was absolute shit. It's a mulligan. It's two. Nope. Oh, that was a suck and a half. All right. That's better. The accuracy of the right, like there's something weird. I like how my nails are, but like the touch and the angles are so weird now. I don't get it. That was good. Nope. A finger went to the wrong string. There we go. That was nice. That I also liked. Is this classical guitar? It is indeed classical guitar. What's up? What am I writing? That's a great question. I am just keeping track of repetitions, good and bad reps. As you can see by all the X's, I am having as what I would call a bad day right now. Oh, wait. I didn't change the speed. The reason why I just keep track of this is just so that way I don't have to remember. Wait, how many times did I do this? Is this the second or third time? And you know, that kind of thing. All right, and now let's write this in to this excerpt, and then we'll be done with this for a little bit of time. And just in being truthful, I had to notate that I was at the wrong speed to start, so. In full transparency of practice. All right, now what are we gonna do? Wonderful question. All right, we'll do the Kendobe. I can't even say that I've taken that I've actually created this system. This is just a byproduct of me wanting not to remember as many things as it were. So it's really not even a system. It's just the way of keeping track of stuff. Let's run the Kendobe. We'll see what happens. 1, 2. Oh, it was so good until the very end. Oh, okay. As I was playing the beat, the second half of it, I'm like, oh man, this is going really good. Oh man, this is really going really good. Oh man, this is going really shit. Like I knew that was gonna happen. Like it was nice and crisp. The rhythms were nice and tight. Oh god. All right, let's just do a little bit of work here. I do allocate like 15 minutes to work on this, so we'll do 5 minutes. We'll see what happens because I'm not gonna do the other stuff. So let's see what happens. So this is going to be what? Measure 19 through 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26. I think I could just do slow, fast for that whole thing. I don't really think it's going to be a big deal. So let's see what we can get done in 5 minutes. Not bad. Nice. 1. Alright. That wasn't bad. Okay. I want to break down that measure 19 scale. Because that tiata, 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 balls, tiata, balls. strings. Tia ta 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 tum. Tia ta 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 ta. Tia ta 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 ta. Also, let's see if I need that Pokemon. I don't. Tia ta 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 ta. That was good. Tia ta 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 ta. Tia ta 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 ta. Tia ta 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 ta. Tia ta ta ta. Tia ta. Tia. 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 Oh, it's a right left hand thing. Tia ta. Tia ta ta ta. Danksmith, thank you. I'm glad that you love the cover of Classico. There are so many of them at this point now up on YouTube. And so many more. Tia. Yeah, this is definitely right hand, left hand coordination. Oh, that feels so weird. Tia ta. Tia ta 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 ta. Tia ta 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 ta. Tia tum. Tia tum. Ta ta tum. Tia tum. Ta ta tum. Personally a fan of the beret and the Classico introduced you to it. Nice. I have a cover of the beret that I'll be posting. Yup, tum. Tup, tup. Tum. Tia. Tut, tut. Tut, tut. Tum. Doing the reverse dot. Tia. Tut, tut. Balls. Tia. Tut, tut. Tut, tut. 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 So again. Tia. Tut, tut. Tut, tut. 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 Tia. Tut, tut. Tut, tut. Tia. Tut, tut. Tut, tut. Alright. Tia. Tut, 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 tut. Just gonna finish up the practice on this. Tia. Tut, 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 tut. Have I heard of the Mozart beret? Depends. I know of a beret that his dad wrote. Danksmith, thank you for subbing on YouTube. I do appreciate that. And oh, that was nice. All right, I like that. Yep, Leopold. Is it the whatever? Right? Yeah, whatever the notes are. I haven't played that in forever. The fact that I remembered that is impressive to me. Yes, I am also on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Guitar Shredder is where you can find me. Sorry, someone. Yeah, I need to get a like right here. Needs to just be like the multi-chat. Is that on my song list? I don't even know. Nope, it's not. Just the one and only. All right. Okay, so we did this. This actually was pretty good. I impressed even myself. All right. What am I going to do next? Speaking of Classico, we're going to do some classical practice. Skittles, by the way, since you did sub yesterday and it popped up, Dank Smith, what's up? Thanks for joining. Skittles, you can grab yourself a song request since it didn't pop up yesterday, if you want. If you want that song request to be that Mozart beret, I can be convinced to sight read it for you all on stream. Thank you, Skittles. I appreciate it. What am I? Oh, I'm classicoing. Dank Smith coming into the real place. This is the place where heroes are made on Twitch. I'm sorry. Like, I love you, YouTube. I used to stream on TikTok until they just like, no, we don't want you anymore. And so, like, I don't stream on there anymore. But, like, Twitch is where I cut my streaming teeth on. The other ones are merely so that way people see me. Sorry. Measure 26 through. Right. Well, I'm absolutely Dank Smith. Yeah. Twitch, I think, is the place, like, if you're gonna have live streaming as a thing, you like Twitch is the platform to do it. The emotes are better. But you know, now that you can multi-stream, you just got to be everywhere. Yeah, see? That emote. Hi. That emote was for my short-lived Lego build channel. Nick's Brick Builds. And then I just brought it over here. I'm like, screw it. I don't stream on that channel anymore. I don't even think I made any payout for it. Alright, start at 92. Nice. 1, 2. All right, we go again. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and balls. Just do a redo on that. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. All right. I think we can get away with doing 120 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, and 2, and 4, and 1, and 2, 1, and 2, and 3, 4, and 1, and 2. Nice. And 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, and 2. All right. 1 and 2. One reason you don't play classical, or that I have a bassist. It's easier. Fair enough. You mean you have a bass, or that you are a bass player, or that you have a bassist in your band? There it is. Oh gosh. 1 and 2 and 3 and balls. 1, 2. Bass is super tricky. I taught bass a handful of times to students, and it's way trickier than they give it credit. It's the thickness of the strings, like you need a lot of hand strength to do it. All right, and one more time. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Oh. Your guitarist appreciates it. The thumb and mental capacity. Fair enough. 1. It's like taking all my freaking brain power. Whew. That was bad. Whew. Alright. We're going to get to the next section now. This is measure 30 through 31. At 90. 2. Get that a mulligan. I had a little slippy slidey when I went to go vibrato that. 1 and 2. There it is. Whoa! We missed that one. Oh, I should probably turn on the timer so that way it starts counting all this. It's 2. All right. 120. That was pretty good. do slow fast. Oh yeah, get that pokey start in there. Love it. Balls. Nope. The hardest part about this is getting that pinky to swing back over. There we go. That was all right. Be a little cleaner. That was better. Nope. It's a backwoods hillbilly banjo character. Yeah. It does. There it is. My gosh. I'm also playing it very very punctuated sounding. It's very like machine gunny, like flamenco guitar, even though I'm not doing, you're like that kind of thing. All right. Get out of here. All right. To drive the rhythm, just because I like the sound of it. And actually, funny enough, Skittles, you asked me earlier, like, when is it okay to use the thumb? I'm using the thumb in that right-hand pattern. M slur P I M I M slur P I M I, because at 170, like, to get that turnaround, like, because that's the speed of it. Yep. I gotta use the thumb. There ain't no way that I'm gonna do that with any fingers. All right. Never noticed the slurs? Nice. Yeah. My mission is a success. I'm a fan of crisp slurs. One and two. All right. This is another bitch of a part. One and two. Balls. We'll just do that again. One more time. One and two. One and two. There's no way that I can do that there, yeah. All right. There we go. Oh, who did what now? Hey, Dave Smith, thank you for the sub on twitch.tv/goodharshot. Is that gonna update? Oh, dude, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Oh no, at the wrong speed. Here we go. Nope. Thanks, Smith. If you want to grab yourself, you needed these? Awesome. I'm so glad that you enjoyed them. If you want to grab yourself a priority request for that sub, you're more than welcome to do so. Oh, my butt hurts. Check out the song list, see what's there. If something catches your fancy. Make sure to join the Discord as well. All of the emotes. I have worked very hard. Oh, and I'm getting more too. We have so many emote slots open. That's my favorite. I'm actually pretty impressed that Twitch has never flagged that for TOS. I'm proud. I love that one. It's a toss-up between that one and this one as well. Alright, let's just try it at the speed. Not bad. Alright. Oh, balls. I don't know why that's... Hold on, let me try and see if I could fix that sub-goal. Because we got 2 subs today. They're just not updating. I don't get it. Whatever. Towards the end of stream anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, we did Classico. Balls indeed. Son of a balls! There we go. We're going to end with some Anki excerpts, and then I'm going to be done for the day. So much good in the song list. Well, thank you. That is the goal. I don't do song request streams often. This is primarily like a we are practicing stream. But what does happen though is I do give song requests for subs when someone subs to the channel, and I also do song request streams when we hit our sub goal for the month. So new month, new sub goal, right? So the idea here is that this little block, if that gets hit, if we make those goals, which are pretty modest goals, it's just 3 subs a day. We're already at 2. I don't know why this is being stupid. We need 500 bits, and then it's $10 for Dono. If we hit that 5 times in the month, then we will do we'll do a stream that we pick. Could be a song request stream, could be something else, and then I also share a performance live stream with everybody. What are we doing? We're practicing. What are you doing? What are you doing? Gee, yes, we're still live. We are indeed. I saw that you were there earlier. When you were in early, earlier we were my chat wasn't scrolling. All right. Wait to see if you would grab the last balls. The balls are everywhere. They're plentiful. The balls, they are plentiful. Balls. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. That was nice. All right, let's make sure we put on our timer. 1 don't care much about the balls. I'm just here. Fuck, I messed that up. I don't care much about the music. I'm just here for the balls. That's what she said. That was good. All right. Balls. There we go. I think so. My enjoyment of numbers gets scratched very satisfactory when we have like repeated numbers or palindrome numbers. I like that. And then obviously funny numbers. Yeah, someone answered my Instagram story saying balls when I asked what is like your most difficult thing about memorizing music. Ahem. Weirdo. We have definitely built a culture of balls on this stream. One E and a two, and one E and a two, one E and a two, and one E and a two, one E and a two E and one E and a two E and one. That was good. That was good. All right, let's reinforce it though. And one E. Balls. Okay. One. One and a two. There we go. That was a balls. Yes, I hear you, alarm. I can't do anything right now. All right, One more. Slow, and then we'll try it fast. That was pretty good. One, two. All right. Burp. Oh, hey, look at that. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick because we're going to have some more things coming up, but I'm not going to be able to get through the next two cards without going to the bathroom first. So, be our bizzles. I'm just going to leave this up and just mute the stream. It'll just be really quick. All right, we got two more cards left on this. He is indeed back. Hey, Gene, happy Saturday to you as well. How are things? Balls. Only nice. Hey, you just got to keep on going, you know? If you sub higher tiers, you gain points at a more rapid succession. Rainy in New York City? Okay. It's rainy here. I'm in New England. I'm really close to the city. Balls. There we go. I think I'm gonna fail this. Like it's sucking right now. All right. And this is the second day that I would have failed it. Yeah, that's another fail. Jesus, fucking Christmas. All right. The highest of what, Skittles? There we go. This excerpt? Oh, no, I didn't understand what you were referencing. So, it doesn't really necessarily go up to the highest. What I'm ultimately trying to do, I can say this. The ultimate level that I need to get at with one of these is really straightforward. It's like, hold on, let me find it because I've actually written it out. Because it doesn't go up, I'm not looking at it in terms of how, in terms of how far, how fast it goes. That's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for instead is a certain amount of consistency and days away, right? So the highest amount ultimately would be like what I would call, this is completely untested and this is in its infancy. So I don't know if this is going to be how it ultimately works. But if I get a card to what I consider a level 20, that is literally a month and a half that card is out of sight. And I come back, I play it 3 times in a row, out of 3 tries, and then I'm done. I move on, and it goes to the next day in the cycle. Okay? So I'm not there with this. The ones that are closest are these guys. Those guys have sort of moved into a new phase where it has gone pretty well. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of understanding. I have a learning phase, a review phase, a young phase, and then a mastery phase. Or excuse me, mature phase. So, and each one has like 5 levels to it. Does that make sense? Nope, did not like that. But again, I'm using like Anki, and in all honesty, Anki doesn't follow what I'm ultimately looking for. It pushes things out into the future way too fast. That the thumb just keeps missing the fucking string. Better. That was way better. Oh. Oh. Nope. Nope. All right. Oh. Nope. All right, and that was a fail. Okay. All right, that was a double fail. That's not good. Okay. Last card. We'll see. This one didn't fail, so hopefully it doesn't fail this time, but who the fuck knows? My door is closed. Also, my door is closed and there are other humans in the house. So that's part of it. Thanks, Smith. No kitties yet. So I'm going to give you back those points, but we can do a social. Social! I'm going to give you back the kitty points, though. Everybody grab your drink. We drink together. Not. This looks very awkward. We drink together, not alone. Here we go. Social! There it is. Son of a biscuits. Small breaks are always good. That was the pee-pee break. There it is. Wrong fucking string. You guys can tell I'm losing my patience. Because I'm dropping F-bombs. I mean, I guess. Yesterday was over 5 hours. And I only woke up at like 10. It's more so like my fingers just are not working. Well, that was just barely getting through that. Nope. Get that Pokemon. Yeah, this failed too. Man. Alright. But interestingly enough, this is like the only time that I failed this card. Like, this card did not have a fail, like, ever. So, this one's different. Especially since I nailed this on the first try. All right. We're done. Ugh. So let's go see who we're going to go raid. I have no clue who's on Twitch. Great soup. Thanks, Dank Smith. I appreciate that. We will be back Monday. Oh, let's see. Julia's on. Is she leaving? I think she just got raided. All right, good. All right, we're gonna go say hi to Julia. So I am back Monday at 8 a.m. Eastern time. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. If you like what I do, I got a whole bunch of social medias. You can find me on all of those platforms. I'm hitting social media hard this month. It's going to be crazy. If you like what I do and you like how I sound and you like the music that I play, you can check out my albums and EPs on your favorite DSP. Although, also, you can purchase them from me directly. Helps out. Does some great stuff. If you're interested in lessons, membership is there. And I've got some great, really awesome things that will be coming. It's on Tidal, yes. My albums are on Tidal. I am everywhere. That is my credo in life. Be everywhere. So we're going to go raid Julia. Wonderful violinist. Great person. She's who I'm collabing with on the Piazzolla. So since she's actually here streaming and saying hi, she takes song requests. Wonderful violin player. So I bid you all farewell. Title is best. Awesome. You know what even is the more awesome best? Buying from me. I'm kidding. Wherever you listen to my music is fine. I've complained about how you don't really make anything streaming. I made like almost $400 this year from streaming platforms. So thank you to everybody who's been streaming my music. It really does make a big difference. The reason why I know that is that it's tax season. So getting all that information together. All right, we're going to head over and over. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Thank you to our subs. Thank you, Dank Smith, for coming in from YouTube, giving us a follow, dropping a sub down. I'm so glad that you're here. I hope to see you soon. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. Enjoy this video of me playing the guitar. Bye.